Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay, we have a fresh cup of tea. Trying to stave off a headache. The construction works outside are starting to build the road for the housing estate that's going to be out there. So they had the vibrating steamroller, for lack of a better word, outside, and it was literally doing my head in. Extremely loud, very bassy, very vibraty, all in one ear. It did not do my head very good. But anyway, I've taken some paracetamols, we'll see if that'll do the job. Right, so we have to expand to Cerberus. This is the task entirely for today. And then we'll see how much further we get than that. I assume lots of sunlight power. That's what I was hoping for. 15 artifacts. I think we've got all but one of the artifacts in all of these. I think we still need some depleted uranium to open up the last one in here. Isn't that right? Ah, no, it's not depleted uranium. It's something else. It's a particular type of ammunition that we don't have. There's some depleted uranium there, though. But we're going to get that later. Okay, so what do we need?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
How the hell did you even get your name? Amazon Personal Digital Assistant. What do we need to actually build the initial station? Add that to the wish list. Let's start adding some other things to said wish list as well. Easiest way to do it. I want 8 of those. 8 of these. Enemy strength is supposed to be pretty high, so I want my initial defenses to be fairly robust. Let's assume an identical pattern to this, so we have one gap here, 2, 4, 8, 16, 18, 20, 26. What else? Bunch of connectors. We just need to get the defenses up and running, then we can bounce back and forth as needed. So I think that's everything. Let's get back to here, since this is where most of our materials are stored for our collection. Okay. Make sure we have at least a stack of everything, one way or another. That should be enough to get everything we need built. We will finish off that stack of gold. Okay, how's our stockpiles here going? Excellent. That will last me for a while, particularly given the fact that we have exploration to be doing, so they're going to get even fuller. Okay. This is... I wish I could move this. I can get the title elsewhere. This is Cerberus Station. Mission 10, Operation Junkyard. I thought this was the location we was at. thought we was going to Cerberus, not the junkyard. I thought the junkyard was supposed to be the next map, but I guess I misunderstood. Not to worry. Okay. I think I have a frame, but we can use this to make sure that this is right. That goes there. So yeah. Out by 5. There's 2 more than we actually wanted, but that's fine. Okay, now let's close the loop. I feel like I may have put one of those in the wrong location. That's not where that goes. Okay. Base ready, defense is up and running. How big is this map? Really big. What are you? You are just one of those? So that's a black hole. I would like to get close enough to it. Quantum rift? No, not black hole. That is eating our shields. Radioactive in there. I don't know if I can do anything with that other than just tear it off. Exotic matter. Devil are you? That's exotic matter. Let's continue exploring just the immediate vicinity. Damn it. I get for being zoomed out and not in a direct overhead view. Uranium asteroid. Damages nearby machines. Wreckage. That's clearly in range. Okay, so the mines actually have to be active for us to be able to damage them. Okay, I don't know how I'm going to defend my base from that. It's 1 of 15. Okay. I'm gonna advance straight into that one. A whole bunch of random rubbish. Just gonna keep all the radioactive stuff with all the other radioactive stuff. Make the entire area even worse. Okay. Gives us a little bit of breathing room. Right. Some breathing room. Let's have a look. Uranium ore. So we're going to need to get a... whatchamacallit up and running. It's been so long since I've used it, I've forgotten the name of the damn thing. Resources Atomizer. Need to an atomizer to extract the resource. It's only a computer from there. It's not really worth it. Oh, there they go. How many do we need? 250, so a fair bit more than that. Antimatter power generation, nuclear waste processing. This is uranium. Slightly better ammunition. Radiation protection is kind of what I want to go for. That we can just do.
Technologies for protecting your drone and station modules from the harmful effects of radiation have been unlocked. Radiation filters will protect your drone from external radiation damage, but only last for a short time before needing to be replaced.
Energy storage.
When you're ready, open the objectives panel to continue expanding your station.
The thing to protect the station. Let's head back here, because that's where our equipment station is. What do we need for this? Molecular bonding. Easy enough. It's in one of these. I think we're shipping the, it's in one of these. I think we did get a new did we stack 5 of it's trying to make them, but I can't fit them in the inventory. Railgun turrets. Actually, missile launchers don't need to stay in here anymore. We're making missile launchers. Same goes for shield generators. We're making those now. And ammunition. These can go in there. That does not need to be in here. All our ammunition is being made, I want to say, over here. I think we're making small probes yet. Right, let's go back in there. Okay. Limited overflow, super alloys. Yeah. Even with us moving some of the production away, our frame rate's still pretty bad here. Resupply. Let's try this again. Make me one of them. And we don't currently have the spare drone slots. This is where we get the spare drone equipment slots. So we need to swap out something that we currently have equipped. The shield was one thing I wanted to get. It was the afterburner I actually wanted to swap. Okay. It's going to require that. Force field generator generates an energy shield around nearby station modules that absorbs incoming damage. I'm guessing we need this for the firestorm protection.
You have now unlocked force field generators, which can be used to protect your stations from all forms of damage, including firestorms and electrical storms. When you're ready,
Nice and glowy to tell us that that's radioactive. Now, what got you? How much power do these use? 250 watts per. Guess that's why we need the power generation that we're getting here. Wreckage. There's uranium over there. Okay, they last a pretty long time. I imagine how long they last is relative to the amount of radiation being produced. We have additional damaged modules. They all got damaged apparently. I suspect we must have got hit by a firestorm if all of these got damaged. Extremely radioactive nuclear byproduct of certain products and reactions. Damages nearby machines. Unstable. Explodes if power is lost. And what about these? Containment chamber. This module can store and process antimatter safely as long as it's not damaged and has power. Power fails, then the stored antimatter will explode after a short delay. That's what that means. Not relevant at the moment. What are we up to? Not enough yet. Okay, let's keep exploring then, because there's probably going to be a uranium mine somewhere then. Seems somewhat inconsistent as to what causes these mines to wake up. That's the first time I've actually lost the drone. As you know, it's the second time. What causes them to wake up and why sometimes they do just immediately explode and sometimes they do not. That one I can understand why it just immediately exploded. Like, why didn't that one wake up? Or either of those two. Inconsistency annoys. What? And a missile going straight over the top in spite of the fact that I was in fact aiming directly at it. Shenanigans. I probably shouldn't have left this stuff in here, but where else was I going to put it? Okay, this can go in here for now, as can this, because we're not going anywhere else to put it. Throw this in there. Just put anything else that has a specific location that it can go in that one as well. Where do we leave it? Let's see. There's some more. There's some more. That is probably enough. Okay, where was the other bit? Oh, there's a uranium mine. You stop moving that lot around. Do I need to pick that up for anything, or is it just... I think it's just a material that gets produced. We can't see recipes anywhere. Consumes 1 antimatter a minute. Generates nuclear waste. So we do need to get this going before we can make much progress on anything else.
You have now unlocked the ability to process uranium. This is a highly radioactive substance that will damage your drone unless you have radiation filters installed.
Okay. Just processes
The
30.
objectives panel contains new objectives
15.
for you.
It has 2 uses, ammunition and neutron initializers. Let's see how much is spare. Okay. That we can do. We just need to pinch them from here.
Antimatter is generated inside the particle accelerator. This is formed from a control center and a ring of conduits running through 1 or more towers. The larger the particle accelerator loop you build, the faster you can generate antimatter, but the more power is required. When you're ready, open the Objectives panel to continue expanding your station.
Oh. To generate antimatter, you must construct a particle accelerator loop. This is a construction from a control tower, 1 or more towers, all connected together via conduits. Once you have completed a loop and have and supplied the station with the required inputs, you can start generating antimatter. The longer the loop you construct, the faster you can generate antimatter, the more power your accelerator will require. Interesting system. You know, for some of these things at this point, I should probably just have because it's getting to be a bit too much of a faff to loop. Oh, right, because that's not actually the page I'm on. Pages sometimes randomly blend together, I forgot about that. We'll just do that. Okay, doesn't look like anything's broken. Need to keep an eye out in case something breaks due to power. Okay, so... Antimatter is made using a neutron emitter, or neutron initializer. That's produced at a manufactory. So we do need to get uranium up and running. Damages nearby machines. I'm not seeing it do any damage to here. I've definitely seen some buildings that are listed as immune to radiation, I think. Insulated, radiation proof. So ammo factory is insulated. Superconductor and gold. That's a lot of gold. We have several gold mines that we can exploit just to ship directly over to here. Is that how I want to do things? One moment. I also heard a ship arrive. You are at the exchange station, so you can get loaded up with these specifically. Some amount of wires. All the silicate. Polyethylene. The batteries go on. And as much iron as you can carry. Okay, you arrived. Deliver. Claim. You can get back to the exchange. Okay, now I just need to listen for this thing to arrive, otherwise part of my factory is going to run out of resources. Oh, that's a good point. I do need to do that as well. I have not actually got around to increasing the production. Hang on. Yeah, get rid of that. And that. That is mightily annoying. Because we repair things one thing at a time. And that did a number on absolutely everything. Let's just repair the things that are dead. Everything that's damaged can stay damaged for a while. That died. Okay. Everything else is damaged but functional. How much power is the network generating? Enough to put down a couple of shields. Let's do that so at the very least we don't have to worry about it blowing up that part of the station again. And then I can just repair everything and I shouldn't need to worry about it. But at least not this bit in the middle. Well, these were... That's 500. Yeah, 500 plus 300 is more than that. Fair point. This is too much. Let's get some batteries in place as well. Still not enough. I think we've almost reached our limit in solar power. You know what? I'm going to change this slightly. Okay. The turrets can take a beating or two. Just so long as the power center doesn't go down. Okay. There is enough power there for one more shield if we really wanted to put one down. Here's a question for a quality of life feature. Yeah, that's annoying. Devs, if you watch this, if I'm trying to put down another shield, can you show me where all of the other shields are, please? I'm very sure if I just drop one in each corner, that will give us 100% coverage of everything we have here. That covers, in theory, everything. Yeah, that should give us 100% overlap. At least along these sides. Along here, less so. Because they don't cover this, and neither will these. So we may need to put these ones in here. But for now, I'll keep the solar panels up. Right, I was being distracted before we got distracted from the distraction because I need to actually finish getting... Can you stop drifting while I'm doing something else? My ship drifting over the radioactive area. We need to add back in the actual productions. So we need another 500 on that. So because we're adding an extra day's worth of production on top. And get rid of that one. We did make enough stuff for another batch, so... $357 all the way around. And then this wants to be... In fact, let me add these all up and halve them. So that's making 357, the other one is making that. And I'm adding an extra 600. One needs to be 569, the other one wants to be 567. Five, 6, 9. $570 rather. And then this one needs an extra 300, I want to say. No, it's just an extra 100. Okay, that'll keep it going for another day. Right. No, let them break. The next firestorm can break them and then we'll repair them. Okay, where did all of this lot come under? General. Production. Tower. Science? They come under science, okay. We need to make the other things first. That's what we were actually looking at. So... I feel like tier 3 freighters your docked waiting on load yet, so I feel like the freighters were specifically stated to be radiation proof. Station level is what we're looking at. Cerberus 3, yeah, oh yeah, junkyard. Tier 2 dock. Integrated can be constructed. These transfer more higher speed as well from these enemies. So they don't have radiation shielding. We may have to do this by way of using these, which means we would need, in order to encapsulate the entire factory, we would need an output to send them elsewhere. It'd be good to know how many of these are on this map. There is apparently tungsten ore on this map as well. We should finish exploring the map so we know what we're dealing with. Although... Let's do some tests. Can I really not move that? Fine. Give me that. Now we'll move that. You can have it back. Now we shouldn't accidentally be drifting into it when we end up moving our mouse down to the bottom of the screen. Okay, transport. So the freighter dock is not insulated. Just trying to think how to set this up. 15 per minute. Two per minute, 48 per minute. That is within the capabilities of a single mine. But can I power the entire infrastructure required to do that with solar panels alone? I think yes. I think yes. Okay. We need to manually make one of these. Is that processed from a smeltery? Yeah, okay. Right, what are we missing? More of that. More basic frames. More nanoplatins, yet more nanoplatin. Additional gold. She is slowed down because everything is now backing up. We overdid it, which is not a bad problem to have. Anything else? I had in my mind there was something else I wanted to grab, but it's gone as to what it was. Ah, no. It wasn't that I wanted to grab it, it's that I wanted to deposit those somewhere. Very useless to us. This is absolutely going to generate a blueprint that will not fit. Why? Why did you immediately activate and explode, whereas a lot of these don't? The lack of consistency is the thing that bothers me. See? Why didn't that turn on? That didn't one-shot you. That normally always one-shots you. Now, why did that not immediately destroy it like some of the other ones did? this damages nearby machines, then it should destroy those mines. Okay. Blueprints. Carbon mine. Turn that off. That is actually what we want. We want 2 of these. One to bring gold in, one to bring super alloy in. It's clicked, damn it. Generation speed is still 540, 60. So ratio should be correct. 540 divided by 60 should be 9. That gets us half that much. So no. I want to say 270, but that doesn't seem right. 540 divided by 2. 270. Okay, yeah. Okay, they're going to need repairing. And right, yeah, this needs a shield as well. Shield generators for it. This is absolutely going to be too big to blueprint. This bit won't be, but given that we also want to make the ammunition here, or the ammunition, the end result. Bit too clean. Makes me suspicious. So we can make 6 lots here. On just this one. £800 power. None of it's running though. It's annoyingly what can't give me the theoretical max. Okay, we need shield. This cannot not have a shield. Okay, some of these got destroyed. I wish it would tell me the difference. The central core stayed protected, which is good. If we can get antimatter power up and running, then that immediately solves the problem, because we can just throw as many shields at the problem as we want at that point. If I put that there, does that still cover everything? That was not where I was trying to click, you stupid thing. Okay. Is that inputs, not outputs now? I probably don't have the resources to make 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can fit them there. So yeah, we can absolutely do this. Connect you to you, you to you, you to you, you to you. This in theory is going to make way too much. I'm gonna have an issue with the amount of super alloy we have again. It leaves some overflow amount. But that overflow is supposed to be for the why are you not connected? That overflow is supposed to be for the main base. It's only 12 though. Huh. Did I not connect the other side of this? I did not. Didn't matter in the long run. Okay, we need materials enough for 4 more of those. And 2 more of these. Nanoplating. Ah. Okay, I need to reorient this. Shouldn't be too big to do yet. It's about to become too big to do, so maybe we do want to just save this at this point. Now let's add the last one. Copy that, put it there, so that we can move that and sit it here. That's still wrong. How are you still wrong? I did it that way last time and it didn't go right. Yeah, this is on this side, it's not supposed to be. So I think I need to go doop, 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 doop to put it on the other side, and now everything's lined up correctly. Okay, this is a Mark II. Somehow it's managing to generate 40 or 400 power even though none of these are aligned. Okay. Okay, that shield is covering all of them. I need to name things. Oops. Ah. Wait, why are you getting... Oh, bollocks. Okay. The actual thing we're outputting here is okay. We need to get this thing a gold mine now. For which we do not have a template, or at least not a recent, an up-to-date one. But we can make one. Because I'm fairly sure this gold mine over here has been fully updated. It's a tier 2 dock. These are all tier 2. You're tier 3. You have same issue as the other one. You was clearly copied from that. This is Gold Mine Mark III. There is a gold mine in here. Why is there a gold mine in the location that makes the missiles? We'll use this one. I'm going to make a modification to this because this one is not going to be using a breaker. We need it to be using the wormhole. Okay, what can we get rid of? We should probably keep a hold of that one. There. Not worth the effort. Okay, additional hull plating, additional nanoplating, that's everything in the list. And then that can get yeeted into there. Back to here. Why can't I afford? Composites. Oh, right, because it bollocks, yeah. Just because we don't need it there doesn't mean that it's not still attached to the blueprint and therefore still needs to be constructed. It's just going to get immediately removed. Huh? No. Same problem. Same problem. This is what I get for not paying attention. Third time's the charm. Okay. Move that because that's not where the gold is going. And this is... That's the search. Try again. This is Belt B. Gold. In fact, no. The way we've labelled these is the target. So this is the we got this the wrong way round. This one wants to be Cerberus, Uranium A, Gold, and that one wants to be Belt B, Gold A. You are linked, but you are not doing anything. Travel to the other side if the other side isn't working. Goddamn firestorms. Imagine if you didn't read all of the objectives and realise actually the defence, which is not one of the first things in the list. It's the last thing in the list. Is something you should probably get immediately. That must have swept straight across that side there. Okay, there doesn't appear to be any reason why this is not running. Did it run out of power? You need to be renamed. You are Belt B. Gold A gold. Huh. This should easily be able to supply fast enough because it's only being consumed at 270. The mine is making it twice that, so that mine can actually supply 2 uranium mines. So that's all good. Per minute. So that needs more than I was hoping, 24 per minute. We in theory do still have that amount, that's just a little annoying. We'll grab the remainder from belt B. Super alloy. Later. This reached 15, right? "15 artifacts. Huh. That means all of the artifacts are probably crammed around the outside. Oh, look, there's another uranium mine. Okay, go over to here. Wormhole. Swan. Okay, we've got our naming system mixed up in places. This one's clearly labelled as where it's going, whereas this one's clearly labelled otherwise. I'm not going to worry about it. So, Cerberus, Uranium, A, super alloy. I'm gonna lower the priority here just to make sure that the local stuff gets fed first. And then this can have an even lower priority still. Oh. Fastest way to get back there is here. They ran out of power. It might still be possible to get enough solar panels on that thing that it can keep itself running. I think we are hitting, or about hitting, the limits of how much power we can generate with solar. Need more. There we go, bang on. In theory, at least. It is a mess, but it is self-sufficient, and it doesn't require any external power source. I assume the shield covers everything. Yes. Okay. Okay, so we do need to make that next. I mean, in theory, we could get it run the entire length of the station. That is probably horrendous overkill. We'll loop it here. We'll loop it here and probably go here, 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 here. For now. So, one accelerator. 4 towers. I assume that's going to be a piece. Just make sure we have enough conductors and we'll see. Okay, so we're going to need a stack of shield generators at this point. Top of our gold. We probably do not have the power here to get this running. We'll see how things go. I'm going to count this as part of the power system, so I'll put it in this particular grouping. Let's move the power link to... No, the power link can stay there. We'll add it to 7, 8, and 9. Science 8, 9, 10. So it goes here. That was a notification that a ship has arrived and is the last distraction. Actually, no, because I need to also get it back. Ah, no, you was running missions for me, because that one's nearby. Wasn't it? No, that's the one all the way over there. Yeah, no. That's a long-term goal. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a lot more expensive than I was expecting it to be. We may need to bootstrap this. I mean, we can shorten it. We can temporarily shorten it and then expand it. I think that's actually outside of shield range, so we do need to be careful. No, one past it. We want these and these. Big blimp. Power needed. Output 2.5 per minute. So that's a lot more than we need. This produces 5,000. He needs 1 per minute. That we can probably just hand in, we almost certainly already have it. We can probably get the containment chamber. Oh, these things aren't radioactive. No, we didn't actually grab it. We moved it from the input to the output. Not into our inventory. It is, however, radioactive. That's fine. Okay, got that in there for now. Grab this one.
You have now unlocked the containment chamber. As long as it is powered, this device can be used to safely store antimatter and radioactive elements without losing containment or damaging nearby machines. The objectives panel.
Okay. And we actually now need to produce antimatter. So we do not have enough power here to do that, which means we do need to bootstrap this. Also takes power, also takes shield generators. Okay. How much do these generate each? I forget. 150. Uh, 300, 600. Yeah, 300 and 600. We get another pair. Want to see orange outputs? Where can I pinch some spare liquid from? Which one isn't going to mind me nicking it? This one goes to Glacial. Okay, you can survive to have some sipped away from you for a bit. Is, can I get the pipe to connect to anything? If I remove the battery, then yes, I think we can get that to go. I connected to the wrong one. At the very least, this should be buffering. Let's temporarily remove this because it would do us better to have that here. we keep ending up with absolutely none of those? Not just not enough, none of it. It is very close. It is allowed. What if I was to upgrade this? It is still allowed. Why you no flow? Oh, because you connected to the top one, not the bottom one. There we go. Huh. Output 1. Output 1. Hang on a second. How is that fitting this side rather than this side? Better? Flow through the pipes. Actually, it may... I was going to say it may stop dead there, but no, it's going to stop dead in the pipes. Can I reduce the efficiency of this? No. I kind of wish I could fill these without turning them on. Okay, allow them to buffer. That link is made. Set the antimatter recipe. We need to feed it 50 to get the 50 antimatter we need for that. We need 25 from this. How are you off for a second? Grab 50. Throw the 50 into there. There we go, we have the power. Good, and that lot was protected. Okay. I'll put that on the inside so we can keep it running along the outside when we move it out. Keep it alive. Okay, we need... I was actually no, that's okay because this is going to be filling these. 10 minutes worth of fuel. We need them to have 20 minutes worth of fuel. Damn it, another one? Not aimed anywhere near us. Okay, let's borrow any additional fuel from elsewhere easily, and no. They're all going to be running as fast as they can. Do not forget that I've done that. Redirect all the flow to here just to make sure that we can get this going. Because, as I said, this is only here to bootstrap getting us to antimatter power generation. Once we have that, we don't need it anymore. Is there any reason this can't be a corner piece? I put this here and have it 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. I wonder how many people have went through this in order, set up one of these, and then had the entire thing explode because the firestorm went across it. This technology here should be here, if not higher. We have enough spare power that we could put down 2 more shield generators. Yeah, that one can go there. It covers here, here, here. For consistency's sake, we'll put that there. So that's the entirety of this side covered. Everything important over here covered. Have you run out of power yet? How bad are you getting? Let's turn off a couple of these. Probably lose a couple more. Okay, battery should maintain the rest of that. Let's flow back on. In fact, let's just... It's only ever going to be used as an emergency power source to restart the base, but we have the resources, we have the power. Let's just bang on this. Disconnect that one. Its own dedicated fuel source. And this is running... No, it's not running low on power. It's fine. Be filling back up again. This should not be in any kind of dire situation. The problem is that, or the problem I can see in the future is if this, for some reason, or when we expand this, it's going to almost certainly use more power than this is going to generate. The more important thing is going to be that we make sure the containment facilities don't power down. Which hopefully we can do by putting that at... giving them priority M5. We give them priority 5, hopefully they get power before everything else, but I always assumed that was for just resources. It's halfway done. We need 100 of that, don't we? Yes. So we actually need to get power up and running first. And how big this is? It looks like it's potentially a 5x5. Okay, let's gather some materials. Okay. I want 2 of those. 3 of those. And then stack of that. Entire thing is going to be backed up soon. Bloody chock-a-block. Couldn't complain, but that will mask production issues for a while. Okay, 2 more lots of superconductors. Get through them eventually. We may need to improve the production of that. Got that, got that, got that. Probably have enough supercomputers. Let's top up our shield generators, and then we want 2 lots of this. There anything else that we have to keep coming back here occasionally? I suppose gold. We are occasionally having to resupply ourselves with gold. I think we've resupplied and everything. Everything okay over here? Yep. Another 4 more minutes. Yep, 4 more minutes. And that'll be done. Not really enough time to get through anything else. Could add a couple more to this without causing too much of a mess. One on either end. And then bring one of these up and into here before looping back into here, and then one of them on the output over there if it's there. Just to give us a little bit more backup power. Quantum computers? Where did I miss that? Oh no, that's the reward. Quantum computers is going to be the next thing we make, and that's probably going to be what we're building here. Let's just get that done because we can do. Over here. On the other side.
You have unlocked a higher tier of military starship construction, including additional starship parts and more advanced ship classes, ready to be built from the shipyard.
Depleted uranium doesn't even take all of
When
it.
you're ready, open the objectives
doesn't take all
panel
of that
to
stuff.
continue expanding your station.
What we're going to need, use and invest depleted uranium. The urban turret itself is not that hard, so let's just get that going. Always have a link back to there just in case. So we think that's all configured correctly. That one doesn't link down to here, but just in case. Here's a question though. Right, that's how that works. Probably make the ammunition here, because otherwise we'll have to ship the carbon nanotubes over to the other station.
You now have access to the antimatter reactor, which can consume antimatter to produce vast quantities of energy. This process does produce a large amount of nuclear waste, however, which you will need to remove and process to prevent radioactive buildups.
Okay.
When you're ready, open the Objectives panel to continue expanding your station.
Oh, it's only a 3x3. Hmm. So we can daisy chain these. Right. These are all empty. Okay, so if we want to do that, we are going to need a stopping point midway. That being the case, you may as well stay over here. In which case, I'm going to tweak this. How do we have a spare 1,000 nanotubes? I thought that cost 1,000 nanotubes. Okay. Is that linear? Previous level was 1 or 2 18-ish, something like. Needed 1,000. Produced 2.5. No, making it longer definitely makes it more power efficient. Although I have no idea how long it actually wants to be. I think we're going to change how we're doing the power over the other state, the Watchman thingy station. I think we'll strip all the solar panels off it and we'll bring the remote power in, because I don't trust having a large stockpile of radioactive materials in one location that's outside of one of these. To build a ring that goes all the way around is going to be a bit absurd. But maybe I'll build it all the way around the middle. Maybe we build the ring here instead. I half expected that to give me a power warning. We can't get it to do that. And I can't get it to go from the other side either. Okay, so we can add one more here. Give us that little bit of extra power. Yeah, it might be somewhat linear, but that's enough to run 2. Or we can run 1 antimatter thing from here. And it's about doubled it from the previous one, so we'll see if that's enough. Okay, you can go here, you can feed this with antimatter. Carbon nanotubes. Figured we would need some more. That's fine. We have loads. Refinery. We can probably throw any excess depleted uranium into a recycler. Um, per minute. Where to jam this? You know what? There's fine. Okay. $14 per minute. How much are we actually making? Damn it, I should have disabled all copy to all and then come to here. We can keep 10. The buffer can be over there, well away from the rest of the base. That. There. Speed's involved, this only needs to be 1. Hopefully being radiation proof will prevent it. Actually, if it's radiation proof, then we can probably keep more in here. We haven't assigned an output. Okay, that's fine. Let me pinch these and jam these into here. And the rest of them. And grab the waste. And grab the waste in here. Okay, in which case, this is perfectly fine to have a full stack's worth. This is insulated as well, so as is this. Okay. Okay, nice. Now let's actually get the fuel or its fuel supply sorted. Okay, first things first. Base. Can't do much about the radiation in those, but that should be. We have a firestorm. We had a firestorm. Okay, that's fine. We actually can now shield up the rest of this area. One there. We need one here. We need a few more shield generators. How did we wind up with more of these? How have we gained? And a second lot of gold. How do we have a second lot of gold? Where'd that come from? I know how we ended up with more of this is because we sold the dock, whatever it's called, free to pay. One, two, there's one there. That is not a shield. Shield, 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 shield. Is the entire place protected? Let's get everything repaired. Okay.
You have now unlocked the ability to process nuclear waste byproducts into usable items and materials. The Objectives panel contains new objectives for you.
Indeed. How big is a stack of that? 500 is how big it can get. Might need to make a second one of these. We can produce that off-site and get that sent over here. Because all of the stuff for that is on this map anyway. Now, how the devil did that happen? Why did I not change this to use this far more condensed version? You can condense it. Okay. That shouldn't happen again. It might happen again over here, but if it does, then we'll condense that one down as well. You're red. Why are you red? Creature swarming coming. They're fine, actually. How about you? Firestorm detected. Not something I actually need to worry about anymore. Okay. We are currently using all of the pure water that's coming here. Admittedly, we are also recycling a large amount of missiles. Do I have a tech thingy here? Nope. Okay, we have space here for it. What's the speeds and feeds we're looking at? Nitric acid will produce 12 per minute, which can get rid of just under one full whatchamathingy per minute. One full antimatter thing. And the extra 2, or the extra, would account for, unless that's in batches of 10, I think that's in batches of 1. The extra would account for the generation from this. At least as far as this fueling this is concerned. We use 4 as the output. is overkill for current level of productions, but probably too long. Yeah. Or into here. Still too long. That works. This doesn't have a pass-through, so we do need to do that. And then the depleted uranium will need to be shipped somewhere else. That works, actually. Actually, that doesn't want to be there. This wants to be here. Actually, we might be able to do this here. That's oxygen. Right, these are pure water. borrow the flow entirely from here. White. It's blinding. Okay, you get a slightly higher priority, so you can pull off of there. I don't think I can do that with this. But in theory this system should self-balance. As these work less, more flow will come this way. But there's no harm in giving this a little bit of a buffer. It is kind of important that this keeps working. Or at the very least it keeps up. Let's convert 120, converts 300 into... Okay, yeah, this should balance fine, eventually. 60 per minute, 60 per minute, 60 per minute. This is configured to feed all of them anyway. And then the other one over here is configured to feed those two, and if we really need to, there is another one we can exploit. Okay. Looks like that's going. Are you going? No. Why not? Because we have not linked you, and I haven't even named the other one. That looks better. I forgot we need to just do keep up, don't we? So we should double these up so we have some spare capacity and to get rid of some of that excess. Ah, wait, no, that's not useful. That's not going where I thought it was going. We don't currently have one that's linked back to the main base. There's a possibility we're going to need to send... Yeah, we're not going to get fluid in from the main base, but... It was 12 on the other side, right? So this does keep up. Yeah, these produce 2 for the 1. Wrong map. No, they are running at full efficiency. Of course they're not going to back up. We're producing as much as we're consuming. Can't really make the radiation any lower because I can't set this down to 1 recipe. Oh, we can set it to 1 recipe. I'm going to set it to 2 recipes specifically. We'll leave it at 5. Eventually they will be empty. Okay, head back to the main base. Why not? This may have a fluid output, so let's make sure the blues are pointing outwards. This is just Cerberus. There they are. Okay. Next thing we can do is we can get railgun ammo on the way. Where did we... Oh yeah, the other ammo is being produced off-site. How much ammo does this ship need? Oh, it needs missiles as well. Supercomputers might be the thing that makes this thing not produce or end up slowing down its production. Actually no, because they'll be buffered in here as well, so... Okay, yeah, we have enough supercomputers, we can just send it. We are ready for a cup of tea. Can I hold on for a little longer? Per minute. 10 of that per minute. Oh, that goes to a stack of 1,000. Copy, paste, 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 paste. Wait, no, output is the one that wanted to go into. Let's go get the ones from over here. We forgot to... or we sent the wrong way. Yeah. I suppose in a minute it's probably going to struggle to keep up with production because this is running at full speed and it's not supposed to be. But so long as this doesn't overflow, then we should be fine. I'll send in railgun ammunition here, although these will not use it. We can get 4 on the way safely. Because they'll get built, they'll instantly get fueled, they'll get sent over here. These will block, and then the second 2 will build, they'll get over here. They'll get fueled and then they'll be stuck here for a while until ammo production is caught up. Consumes 10 per minute. 6 per minute. Yeah, there's not really any point going for a ratio any higher than that at the moment. This is actually going down. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Does it? No, 24. We're getting rid of 24 waste per minute. In theory, we're generating 24.1. Yeah, 12.24. We're getting rid of 24. We're generating 10 plus 14.1 is 24.1. This shouldn't be going down. Not unless this is throttling. But I can't see why it would be. No other system throttles in this particular game. This isn't Minecraft. Or Factorio, probably more accurately. Well, we shouldn't complain. Job's being done. Okay, we will take our break and get a cup of tea here. Eleven, 11. 10. Huh? Have you not made any more? Why aren't you running? Because we've run out of these. Well, we knew they were going to be a problem. How many railguns do these ships actually take? They only take 3. Yeah, but these take 24 apiece. We absolutely do need to improve that. We have the spare diamonds. Short term, let's just... overextend our resources. They're all lined up the same way. So yeah, these are all wrong. Okay, that'll help. It's not where they all have the right links. They're going. We almost certainly don't have the production capacity for this. Although, that does say we're producing more carbon than we're using. Although we're consuming, or we can potentially consume a lot more carbon nanotubes than we produce. We could always try to bring over some more. We need more pure water. We didn't research the alternate recipe, did we? We just have access to it. That's 16 per minute to 20 per minute. That has massively reduced carbon, but again, at the minute, I don't know about pure water. In theory, we could do it. We are overproducing missiles, and they are heavily buffered, and we only really need the missiles, or rather the warheads, to fuel the ships. So there's nothing that would stop us. Oh, that's why they're not getting loaded with ammo. Always the little things. Always the little things. There we go. We take 500 apiece. We just sent 6,000 their way. Some of that's going to go into here, or 600 there, 1,200 that way. Some of that will go into there. There's a reasonably strong chance that they will get fully armed before. No, we'll wait until things have buffered and backed up a little bit. And then, yeah, it's 60 per minute, 60 per minute. These can load at what rate? Can they just load as fast as they're received? Possibly. Okay. I'm going to take the risk. I will allow this to continue. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to get myself a fresh cup of tea. I will see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Right, everything is going. It's largely just going to be something of a waiting game for the time being. I'm going to increase the size of this buffer. It won't matter for this time round, but it will for next. Okay, a red warning over here. Meteor strike coming. That's not something I need to worry about. You're still running fine. You've stopped dead. Good. Whatever the next major construction is going to be, we're going to have to do it here. So that we can consume the power. We could ship it around. In fact, they're counted as items, so yeah, it actually isn't that bad to ship it around. Because this will keep them from irradiating things. So we can just keep a stack of each in here. And then goes out, comes back. So we could reasonably start using antimatter reactors everywhere. When next we need power upgrades. But I'm almost certain there's going to be something more significant to do here. That's why we had a bunch of spare gold. So I get the feeling we're going to need the power here anyway. Okay. We have some spare time. Let's go around and collecting stuff. Um, Bollocks. That's... Nah, it doesn't matter. We've accidentally voided a bunch of potentially useful depleted uranium. I'll sort that problem. Yeah, we've been voiding a bunch of them. Annoying, but never mind. It's not going to have speeded up anything. We'll still be waiting for those to finish buffering. You're close. Too close again. Next one will blow us up. That I can't destroy these things before they activate is silly. If I've seen them, they shouldn't be indestructible. table lag almost. Teleported me into one of the things. I appreciate them deciding not to just automatically explode this time round. That makes 3. Okay, I reckon I'm safe to get another couple on the way.
If we are to survive in this system, it's imperative that the robot facility our forces discovered in orbit around Cerberus is neutralized. However, this complex is heavily guarded by hostile robot patrols, left over from an ancient war. It's time to take the gloves off, Station Commander, and perform a surgical strike with a task force of powerful military capital ships. We think the following ships will be sufficient to get the job done.
Okay. 2 containers over there, small container there. The turbo shots. did we park it? Sneaky thing. It's hiding. So let's think. We're making 500 per, or we're making 60 per minute. We need 500 each one. That's going to take a while. It's like 10 minutes plus for each pair. Okay, progress made. Apparently we forgot to pick up a pod. Apparently our defenses are missing a missile turret? More bloody mines. I realized a second too late that I messed that up. Can't afford. What we're missing? Everything? Oh, right, yeah. Everything. Huh. I don't think the laser's even hitting him at that angle, or hitting it at that angle. Okay, we'll drop this in and then should be able to get another couple on their way. They're going to take a little bit longer. We are still running at full speed, yes. Although we are starting to run out of once these are full, the entire thing will speed up. I mean, I could just disable the input now so we can get them out of the way and done. Okay, that's enough. 4 more. Okay, quarter of the way there. This is a silly way to clear mines. I should just be able to shoot them if I can see them. You don't clear mines by activating them and allowing them to chase you. You clear mines by knowing they're there and blowing them up. It's absolutely ridiculous they decide to make the mines immortal. Ordinarily I would have done this bit off screen, but I don't really have anything else to do at the moment. While we wait for ships to prepare. What I was worried about. That is just straight up uranium. There's probably no reason not to do that. Which would allow us to use more, well, it would either allow us to produce more missiles or would allow us to use more of our other resources for acid. We'll wait and see what the next upgrades have in store. Everything is managing to keep up, I imagine. Oh, these are keeping up. The only thing that isn't is these, which would be what we use the acid for. So they'll be fueled and ready. 2 more on each. Should be doable. Yeah, because the 1000 will load both of these. Then one set to here, one set to here to fuel. No boom. All good. Because yeah, the minute the actual guns are not our limiting factor. Our limiting factor is in fact depleted uranium, which it wouldn't have been if we hadn't accidentally voided a bunch of it. I want to lure a bunch of the ships back with me. If we can get them to. Because then my turrets can take care of them and I don't have to worry about it. Did we really miss a container over there? We did. Cannon blast. God damn it, more mines. Inventory full. I'll have to come back. Energy and recharge speed. I mean, faster missiles will help a lot. Increases the power of your laser, making these destroyers. We don't have a recycler here. Let's come to here and use its recycler. Have the tokens for an extra point. Here. Oh, it wants 5. Next we have 2 points. This is the efficiency of all ship production. Yes, speed. Speed is not the issue. Speed has never been the issue. Available resources are always the issue. We forgot to empty out our inventory. We ran into one of the mines. That box goes in there. That goes in there with these. And missile launchers can go in there. Don't mind recycling these. And these, because we can't currently make them, go into storage. We have constructed 75 medium ships. That's a rock. Get in there. Let's get a few more mines and then double back. Come on, how am I not getting close enough to activate these things? They're way too inconsistent. They're just annoying at this point. Again, because we can't destroy them without activating them first. So either they need to consistently activate, or I should be able to destroy them before they've opened. I was hoping I could get away fast enough. But not with the guns out, I couldn't. That's the titanium node. Nice, to come back anyway because of inventory's full. There's 2 titanium nodes. Sorry, tungsten nodes. Yeah, no, that would have gone into the output that time. We are out of railguns. Are they both tungsten nodes? And that's... yeah, they're tungsten nodes. And then exotic matter, which is what these are. Quantum rifts. But the tungsten nodes aren't useful at the minute because we don't have any additional resources to use with them. Okay. Almost done. We did, however, leave some loot up there. Please don't have another minefield on this map. God damn it. Inventory full again. left. How many more artifacts are there? There's 6. 6 more artifacts on this map. They're literally all here. They have to be. There's nowhere else for them to be. Ah, wait, no, it's not counting the ones that we've collected but haven't processed yet, so there's 3 left. 4 left. 2 left. 2 left. One left. So yeah, 4 there. Yeah, 1 left. God damn minefield. And why did that one just explode on its own? I've been closer to others. That one I ran into. The last one around here I need to get. I think there's one behind it. There it is. The rest of the mines can bite me. Okay, there's one more container we haven't accessed. went past it. We'll come back and collect all of that. Quick deposit first. Okay, that's everything. What else do we want? The wormhole terminus. That should cover it. Right. We do not pick up any extra ammunition. Well, that depleted uranium. Things first, let's just resupply the entire list. Anything in here that we're missing? What do we do actually want to grab? Nope, don't think any so anymore. Get the remainder of that, get the remainder of that. So I'm going to do on the farthest one away. I'm going to get it to prepare for them. Well, we're going to send this lot over to where the missiles are being made, so that we can make some or use some more of the materials there to make some more than acid. Strictly speaking, position of this doesn't matter because we're going to be building a terminus on it. Thanks for that game. Fuck you. Seriously. I'm glad that worked. Double fuck you, game. You can blow everything up, I'll just pick everything up and replace it. Okay, and then this needs connecting to all of these in reverse. And this needs a name. This will be going to Latius. Uranium. I think I have a neat spot here to fit it. So we can go here. Can go here once we have collected some spare warheads. We shouldn't have been throwing them away. Okay. Plenty of spare missiles, I'm not too worried about that. Let's have a look at the recipe that this is unlocking, or will unlock. is going to make a lot of it faster. And it makes one warhead per one of those. Versus... Jesus Christ, that one actually is way more efficient. Unlike a bunch of the other ones which are useful but not necessarily something you'd want to use because you need the carbon for other things. They're traps. 7 left to launch. Have to loop one around to here, which we can do. We've got an output out here. Wait, did I really not rename that? Get it to number 4 easily though. Won't connect into 4 just yet. We'll just prepare things for it. I mean, this upgrade is going to make one input sufficient for all of the missiles we're making. Just the one. double the amount of missiles we're making, but that's really not necessary. Not yet at the minute. Unless we want to just feed loads of missiles into that, and I'd rather not. We are going to need the warheads for other things, though. There's something else that's coming up that will use the warheads, we know that much. % efficiency, why? I can understand why they're not those two, those two, those two. Ah, because at the minute all of these are going over here because these have a higher priority, that's why. Which is okay in the long run, but not what we want now. Some spare over there, so that's fine. Okay, how many we need? Missiles, is it 100 or is it... No, it's 250. Which diamonds is easy enough, we'll just throw those in. All of this is in aid of being able to make that faster. 4 is here. Actually, no, it's 4 is here, not this one. Quantum computer, so we absolutely need this upgrade. 60 to 6. So 1d4. If we replace these 7 at an 8. realise I've been very quiet today. I mean, this isn't unusual when I know roughly what I'm doing and I'm just getting on with it. Let's copy the links from here. That does the job. Five is as far as we can push this on a single pipe. Allow them to pump their extra over to there. Shall allow this to pump its extra down to here. Is arrows correct? Yep. Too bright on this map. It hurts my eyes. Give me a dark mode version of this map. Okay, we need a little bit more ammunition. A lot of warheads. I think this is quite enough. No, let's get in there. But I did hear a noise. 3 notifications. Okay, you've arrived over there, which is on the other side of the map, so deliver that load of cargo and start making it back to that. How long do we have in the day? Burn some extra fuel, get there in 4 hours. Yep, I'll still be awake. The remainder of this has arrived. Next mission. What do we got? This one, deliver drones. We're not making any. Actually, no, this one. 600. Can't pass that up. But that's like, I want to say that's 6,000 tons. Okay, no, it's only 2,000. If it was ship parts, it would be like 4,000. Now, where's that delivery going to? Of course it is. My shuttle has been very, very busy. This ship here. 6 hours to and from its destinations, and now it's got 2 more trips to make. But it's for a lot of prestige, which is useful for perks. So we can't complain too much. And the base is all happy for another 24 hours. Okay. Need another 7. 1, 2. Actually, 2 is ill-advised. In fact, we only need to build 3 more. We just wait on these to fill. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need 1 more after this. Leaving us with some spare carbon. Do we actually need more carbon nanotubes? No, they're fine. These are fine. I don't think the diamonds have quite run out. They have run out now. Yeah. It's fine, we're fixing that problem. Okay, that's enough. Oh, these have insulated. I need not worry about radiation. Okay, well that will make way more than we can do anything with. So I might actually just turn 2 of these off. Oh, okay, no, we can't turn them off. If they're turned off, they irradiate. Duly noted. We could quadruple the amount of these we're making. Instead, we'll just wait for these to fill up these, and then that will allow these to start backing up everything over to here. And then this will get the supplies it needs. In fact, it's not going to get the supplies it needs, period. We do have a nitrate mine. Has that been upgraded? That is a tier 1 bioextractor. It has not. It does have a missile launcher on it. Nitranium. Nitranium. Get rid of that. Add that to the to-do list. Survey says we have everything. Of course, it's on the other side of the map, although that said, shortcuts. What do you mean can't afford? Oh, because it's rolled off the bottom. In fact, it's not even rendering. The game lied. So it probably is in this list. It's probably underneath here. Beta Gamma. Did we really never name these things? I know we've not named the ones that go to, it's Beta Mine and Gamma Mine. Okay, now it's fine. Titania. Nitranium. C. Input, output. So this is input. We've used different names for all of these. Okay. I don't know why I did that. I could have just pressed F4. That makes things marginally more annoying. Easily solved. Marginally more annoying. Can't afford. theory, this is an excessive amount at the minute. Some spare capacity, but that should cap out these. These are full, these will back up, and then more of the water from up there will get flowed around here. So I think we can come back to here, finish this upgrade. And that should hopefully keep this happy. It's much more like it. One more. Double the production. Although we only have capacity to process 2 more in a minute. Acid-wise. Oh, this also requires antimatter. I suppose I can pick up antimatter, can I? We can pick up antimatter. I wonder how long until it we explode if we're carrying antimatter. Accelerators and warheads. I need to make a reminder to myself next time the game wants me to make ammunition or new guns. That should be the first thing I do, and then do everything else. Nuclear waste and antimatter. I can't see how we're going to need all 3 of these nodes. The tungsten I can see why we might need, because we're going to need to make tungsten carbides soon. Which thankfully is made with carbon. How did we get carbon here? Wait. We have indeed gone slightly over our power budget. I wonder if we can fix that by getting rid of some solar cells. Nope. We can put another one here, but we can't get the fuel to it. Let's boost battery storage here anyway. I both love and hate that ability. Ability to replace existing blocks. Come on. You should have been done by now. Given how badly we can not allow this one to, or this location to power itself down, I think a healthy battery buffer is probably a good idea. An excessively healthy battery buffer, but better safe than sorry. If these things throttle, that would be so much better. The maximum we can get out of that 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. I don't think it's 25 that is actually the most the maximum we get of that. 4, 8, 16, 24, 25. Yeah. We could absolutely boost that even further if we wanted to. Alright, this thing turned off. I think that'll do for an excessive amount of extra power storage. Should keep things safe and secure. They all running? Good. You buffering again? Good. You all running fine? Excellent. Just need that last bit of ammo. That should do it. Almost. Okay, now we can tell you to deliver to here and here as well. Right.
Mission complete, Station Commander. Target destroyed. Because of your success in this mission, we've decided to promote you to the rank of Station Captain. With the main source of hostiles neutralized in this system, and with the technologies you have unlocked so far, it's time to move on to the next phase of our operations in the Tau system. Constructing our intergalactic arc ship and escaping this galaxy before the void catches up with us again. More objectives are available from the objectives.
Okay. Part 2, the Ark ship. That was all part 1. That was a lot of part 1. Okay, I need to feed that into there. That's fine. That's expected. That's what we want to see. Go to a system that isn't going to blind us. Have a look at what we got. So, we'll go in reverse. The Ark ship will be our race's greatest achievement and our salvation, but its construction will take everything we have. Is that a large ship? Crusader Explorer. Capital Exploration and Science Vessel. Medium shipyard. Fueled and armed. 25 of them. Unlocks a centrifuge which can be used to enrich waste products to convert them into usable materials. Costs quantum computers. Unlocks quantum storage, which will let you feed in items and parts and then access them from anywhere by your drone's inventory, which will be a useful quality of life feature to have had, I don't know, 10 or 11. Somewhere back here. We may do. It's fine. Increases the rate items are uploaded to the quantum storage device. I mean, you can only imagine that they got this from the fact they called it, or even the quantum achievement, they've borrowed it directly from Satisfactory. But Satisfactory unlocks it really early on, because they expect you to be using it the entire game. Unlocks quantum extractor, which can extract exotic matter directly from the quantum grid. Requires sensor arrays. Unlocks the Mark II wormhole, which can transport more items, gases and liquids with vital faster bases. Wormhole terminus. You don't currently need that, but I think that is places where we're using 2 rather than 1. Also has additional pipe connections. We may actually not end up using that, at least not as an upgrade to anything we have currently. Unlocks Cerberus Station, which deploys a programmable robotic AI helper. It can automatically perform tasks around your station. I mean, the station itself is pretty much all automatic anyway. The only thing we potentially want to do is repairs, and if we happen to do repairs, then we plug it up our defensive structures. So I don't know what that's going to be used for. There's quantum computers. That's potentially going to be helpful, although... Ah, right, yeah, because the quantum computers are going to use the diamonds instead. Small probes. Okay, so we need to get this and then get quantum computer production and small probe productions going first. And then everything else is basically just side grade. Strange that it gives us this alternate recipe here when we can't do anything with it here. Quantum crystals produced with a particle accelerator. We're going to need a second particle accelerator. Or the ability to toggle one part on my main particle accelerator back and forth between 2 different things. So I'm guessing that's going to produce quantum crystals from the exotic matter, and we can always grab a bunch of it to start off with, before we even have access to the mine. Yeah, we're going to need to grab that, produce the containment chamber. So I assume that means we can grab exotic matter and just dump it in the containment chamber. London crystals from nuclear waste. We don't really have the time to progress any further, so I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just thinking ahead. I make some notes. Add to do, or create the to-do list. But what I'm thinking is potentially we could just build the loop, the particle accelerator, around the extractor, and we can just make it a size that will fully process, or that is fast enough to fully process everything coming out to the extractor. Is what I'm thinking. But I do think we're probably going to need more nitric acid. And for that we're going to need more fluid going through our pipe system. Or more water, pure water, more ice, which we don't have, we used it all. But we're processing it all. We're probably not using it all anymore. Not at the minute, at least. So let's just figure out our order of operations for Thursday. Get this going. I could see the recipe from here. It's very, very hard to plan ahead without being able to see the recipe. The quantum probe is going to need sensor arrays. I bet the sensor array probably needs quantum computers, and the quantum computers are going to need quantum crystals. So it's literally just this to this to this to this to this. It's the ratio of this to this that we can't answer. Resource-rich moon orbits the gas giant Sicily. Maybe perfect site for surface-based mine operations. Arkship station. Construct the Arkship terminal. That's a good point. What does the Arkship terminal think in general? Could be worse. Station with the construction and launching of a new perfect Arkship. I'll probably clear out some space on the left hand side of this and build it over there. Like here or here. Oh, well, bugger me. What's the bet and we don't actually need any more railgun ammo? I'm sure we're going to need some more railgun ammo. Okay, so... seeing warnings, anything you need to worry about? Ice storm, firestorm. That's all running. The rest of this is all happy. There isn't an easy place for me to put another particle accelerator here. I don't really know how large it needs to be. The output speed was listed even before we selected a recipe, wasn't it? So I bet the other one is also going to be 14.1. Because we need the information, we'll just do this one now.
We have made a significant scientific breakthrough in quantum physics and unlocked several new parts and materials that can be used in further technologies. The objectives panel contains new objectives for you.
Okay, so it produces 4 times faster in a particle accelerator. I was to go here. So that will produce 60 per minute. We can always change, or we can always create another particle accelerator, like along here, and have that produce the antimatter, because we don't need anywhere near as much of that at the minute. Okay, quantum computers need, yeah, all the diamonds in the world, way more super alloy than we can currently spare. So we need to get those built in immediately. I might reroute Yeah, what we'll do is the super alloy terminus we put to go to the uranium mine to make neutron initiator. We'll reroute that to here. We'll feed some of that into... I never actually limited how much that was storing. That could be a problem. We'll reroute... or we'll route from... effectively... That's the main base. Yeah, we'll have one of the mines bring into here. We'll reroute from here into here, which will send it back over to that one. Just to save us save us creating an additional terminus. Have to do. Task. Quantum computers need supercomputers. We're probably not making enough of it at the moment. Sensor arrays. Oh, well, bugger me. Sensor arrays don't need quantum computers. Probes need quantum computers. No, they need missiles. We're making plenty of missiles. Okay, so quantum computers come next. Sensor arrays and probes come first. Still haven't bothered trying to figure out whether or not it's Windows or the keyboard that's making it multi-input. I'm still leaning towards it actually must be Windows now, just because of the fact I was seeing exactly the same thing happen with my HOTAS, which makes no sense whatsoever. So reroute super alloys to here, then feed to mines, produce sensor arrays and probes. That's going to want to be done at the main base, because the rest of the resources that needs are at the main base. Quantum computers as well, in fact, so we don't need to do the rerouting if we're not going to be making any of that stuff here. that's going to be used on quantum warheads later. Okay, so... crystals, quantum crystals. We actually don't need that many small players, but that'll get everything going ahead of time. I don't think, other than experimenting with some of the new technology, like the centrifuge, this one shouldn't take as long. It's only going to take one quantum computer. We may need to increase the number of supercomputers we're making. We have already increased the number of diamonds we're making. Now the super alloys that's going to take is a little concerning, but we'll have to see how resources flow once everything is up. At least once we have one copy of everything up, and then we can expand from there. So that covers all of that stuff, which will get us ready for this. Once that stuff is ready, Quantium. That doesn't look right, but it's closer than Quantium. And from that, we can experiment with a bunch of these. Quantum storage. And once we've done that, then we can stop needing to keep a hold of all of the stuff on us. Although I don't know how big that storage is gonna be. So yeah, then it's just play with the rest of it. Okay. We have plans. We've done as much as we can do today without starting another task, so we will leave it there. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Thursday from 2 PM at BST onwards. We will be continuing to play through with this, and then on Saturday we will do a weekly check-in on spacecraft. I have been making progress in that game. I've started a rather large task that I don't know whether or not I will get done. I have basically the rest of today, all of tomorrow and tomorrow morning to pull it off. I want to get the two, what do they call them? Let me forget in a second. I want to get the two bulk orders done that will get me 60 license points, so that I will have access to a third base, potentially a fourth. Because I should be able to get enough money to unlock the corporate permits to have a second corporate base, which will give me 4 bases rather than 2. This is what I want to get done, whether we'll succeed or not, I don't know. My ship's been well upgraded, my 2 existing bases, well, they have room to grow still. There are other things that I want to get done first. Yeah, that's where I am on that. So this will be, we'll continue this next Thursday. We'll continue that on Saturday, and hopefully we will see you next time. Cheers.